get background sounds, and we'll begin our meeting as soon as everyone is online. I am aware Commissioner Goldsmith cannot go online. I'll ask the board secretary, city attorney, executive director of the commission to turn videos on. And I'll ask the board secretary to confirm that technologically that we are set to go. If members of the public have joined us, we're just waiting for the technological go-ahead before we can proceed with the meeting. Please bear with us.
Amy, could you take that out to Sanjoy and show them that message? I'm sorry, but we're kind of in this in between thing. Just show them that's from Goldsmith.
All right, I'm not sure if members of the public are online, but if you are, please bear with us. We are working through the technological issues that inevitably will happen as we convert to a new technology. Please stand by.
Commissioner Decker, we're still waiting for Commissioner Soboroff.
No, he's on the line. Commissioner Soboroff is on the line. We have all commissioners who are able to attend today. My only question to you is, are we technologically ready to go forward? Please confirm. Sanjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be putting everyone on mute. Give me one moment, please. Very well, members of the public. Thank you for bearing with us as we adjust to this new technology. A good morning to everyone, and on behalf of all 5 members of the Board of Police Commissioners, welcome to the March 31st special meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll of commissioners, and I ask all commissioners to respond verbally to the roll call. We do not hear you, Madam Secretary.
We will now take a roll call. Commissioner Decker,
Yes, I'm here.
Commissioner Goldsmith,
Here.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Figueroa, Commissioner Sobra.
Here.
We have Commissioners Decker, Goldsmith, Bonner, and Sobra, and we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, and we will work on that technological feedback. Thank you, and I will note just for the record that Commissioner Figueroa Villa continues to be on medical leave. We wish her the best. Commissioners, Chief, members of the department, members of the public, welcome to today's meeting and welcome back. Before we turn to our agenda, I'll make a brief statement. I'll ask other commissioners if they wish to make a brief statement, and then we'll turn to our agenda as was provided publicly. With this public health emergency, we're all facing a new challenge that frankly is sure to define us for many generations. It is an emergency that has brought an extraordinary amount of uncertainty to everyone. And while I do not claim to have many answers to share today, I do believe one of the best ways we can confront these uncertain times is to remind ourselves of those things that are truly important to all of us. One moment, let me deal with, again, some technology there. And those things that we can all truly agree upon that even in these uncertain times are truly certain, because they do reflect our bedrock values. First, we must ensure that we are looking out for each other and that we are doing everything necessary to keep ourselves, our communities safe. I hope as you join us today that each of you and your families, your loved ones, your friends are safe and healthy. For those of you who are ill or suffering economically during this crisis, or who know someone who is, please know that our thoughts today are with all of you. To those of you who are healthy, it is critically important that we remember that all of our actions can impact each other, and that all of us, each and every one of us, has the power to take steps to stop the spread of this virus. The most fundamental thing we can all do is to heed the public health officials' warnings and do what they are telling us. The second thing that we can all surely agree upon is the immense debt of gratitude that we owe to the brave men and women who are on the front lines of our response, both here and in Los Angeles and across the country. Our medical care workers, doctors, nurses, hospital staff are working day and night to save lives, even as they deal with shortages of the most basic protective gear. And they are putting their lives on the line for all of us, and that is truly extraordinary. And I'm also thinking of people like the truck drivers who are delivering food every day to assure we have the necessities of life, the grocery workers who are stocking shelves and keeping doors open for all of us, and our city sanitation, transportation, and maintenance workers who are keeping our neighborhoods clean and our streets safe and in good repair. Our first responders, both in the police and fire departments, along with our 911 operators who are there to get help where it is needed most. And when we do write the history of this epidemic, these, I'm sure, are the people that we will all rightly hold up as heroes and as the people who inspired every one of us with their dedication and commitment. The third thing I am certain about is the importance of being resolute in the face of this crisis. This is especially true when it comes to the continuing work of our democracy and our government. And in this time of crisis, the fact that we are still working on behalf of Angelenos can be a significant source of stability to our communities. Now more than ever, we need our governments at every level to protect our well-being, to provide relief during this crisis, and to ensure the continued strength of our ideals and our freedom and our equality. That is why I am happy to welcome each of you to the meeting today. 2 weeks ago, we canceled the commission meetings to protect public health. Perhaps cancellation is in fact the wrong word. It would be better to say we paused the meetings because from the start, our intention was to find a safe alternative to the in-person meetings. We were never going to let this virus stop us from doing the work necessary for this commission, even if it meant using new tools like we're using today to have a digital meeting. We're committed to being adaptable and flexible as we create as closely as possible the environment of an in-person meeting of the commission. And in helping set up this system, I want to thank the LAPD IT team, including everyone under Deputy Chief John McMahon's team, the IT department, Channel 35. They've all been instrumental in getting us to this point. I recognize today our agenda is light. It's consciously light. I asked it to be so, largely because we are testing this new system. This is new to us today, as you all know. It is my intent that next week we will return in earnest to a more robust agenda where we deal with some of the more traditional items that we have on our agenda. The regular agenda will be in a similar format as in the past, and after that, after we get through some of the backlog of some administrative items, we will return to some of the more substantive issues that are of deep concern to everyone in our community. I know these times can be immensely challenging, but I also know how strong and resilient this city can be. And I think by focusing on what makes us strong, our sense of community, our care for each other, our commitment to help those who are in need, and our duty to continue our work to protect and serve, we will not only survive this, but I hope that we come out stronger. Before I turn to the agenda and explain somewhat of the new procedures, how we will be implementing the new procedures, I would ask my fellow commissioners if they have anything that they would want to say. Commissioner Goldsmith, as Vice President of the Commission, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. I really appreciate all of your remarks and echo all of them. And I want to thank the department for the work to get this meeting, and also to thank you, Commissioner Decker. I know it was a lot of work to figure this out, so thank you for that. Yeah, and as you said, I mean, I'm eager to hear from members of the community about interactions with the LAPD and what we as a commission can do now in response to community needs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Soboroff, there you are, sir. Do you have anything you'd like to add, sir?
Sure, thank you. First of all, I want to say I echo and acknowledge what both of you commissioners have said. But third of all is this is going to pass. This is going to be over. And it's up to us when it's over. Yes, there'll be a vaccine eventually, but the damage is done during the time period between now and that time. And it's totally up to us. And if we don't do social distancing and we don't do what we're supposed to do, it's not going to pass, and it's going to get worse. And the responsibility is on each of us and every citizen of Los Angeles It's harder for people who can't self-isolate, like men and women of the medical industry and first responders, including our officers. So this isn't then up to anybody else other than us, each one of us, and how we wash our hands and how we stop the spread. And the sooner we do that, the better it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And now Commissioner Bonner, excuse me. Sir, do you have anything to add?
Really, I think it was all well said. I would just extend my personal best wishes to all of the stakeholders who are with us this morning, and just let everyone know that we are wishing everyone well.
Thank you, sir. With that, let me just explain a little bit of the rules. We are maintaining our current, or trying to maintain the current rules of the commission in this environment. Many of you may see on your application or your computer screen or on your phone an opportunity to what is called raise your hand. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. And the computer generates the list of names. We will go through that list of names in the order in which they are received. So right now I'll be turning to the first agenda item, which of course is the report of the Chief of Police. And I see that there are a number of people already raising your hands. Just for future reference, when we have multiple items on the agenda, I will wait to open public comment and ask people to raise their hands. Then I will close it and for that agenda item. And when we have multiple items on the agenda, we have to do them in order. So you just can't do the equivalent right now, at least, of submitting public comment cards on each of the items. You have to wait for that item to be called. That is for the future. But for today, we wanted to test the system, be sure it works, and that we can hear the reports of the department, that commissioners can have the opportunity to speak, and that we have the opportunity to hear from all members of the community who raise their hands. I do note that a number of people are raising their hands, and the city attorney is online, but with him privately. Right now, the number of individuals seeking to speak is very high, and we welcome that. But just so you're alerted, I may, in all likelihood, depending on the number of people wishing to speak, change the timer to 1 minute for each. And I say this because as of right now, over 50 people have raised their hands. So with that, Chief Moore, the floor is yours.
Commissioner President Decker, members of the Commission, Inspector General, Mr. Tiefenk, good morning. I join in your remarks to the public relative to the times that we're in. I want to first thank the leadership of this commission, as well as the support of Deputy Chief McMahon, ITA, Channel 35, in making this public meeting possible, utilizing technology that we have before us. This was no easy lift, and I'm impressed by the dedication for transparency and reaching out and ensuring that the public, that this is their police department, and as though that our actions are known, and also we hear from the public in which we're looking to serve, that we strive to serve. My report will follow as it does each week with significant events, including any officer-involved shootings that have occurred or other categoricals. I'm going to give a briefing on our coronavirus pandemic, the state of the city, actions that the department as well as the city emergency response, and then I'll finish with a statement on our crime as well as our personnel strengths. First, going with the force investigations, on the 20th of March at approximately 6:50 in the evening, uniformed officers assigned to Hollenbeck Gang Enforcement Detail observed what they believed to be a hand-to-hand narcotic transaction in the 2600 block of Cesar Chavez Avenue. When they stopped to investigate, one of the suspects, later identified as Jose Corona, ran from the officers, and a foot pursuit resulted. As the officers chased the individual and he approached a fence, on body-worn video was captured of suspect Corona throwing a .45 caliber pistol over that chain link fence. That pistol was recovered after Mr. Corona was taken into custody. While Mr. Corona was being taken into custody, a use of force occurred, including an officer who intentionally struck the suspect in the face with the barrel of his pistol. Mr. Corona was subdued, and as I said earlier, taken into custody. He received a minor scratch or injury as a result of this, and was treated at scene by the Los Angeles Fire Department for laceration to the left side of his face. He refused to be transported to a hospital for further examination or treatment, and he was later transported to the Hollenbeck Station and then the Metropolitan Detention Center, where he was booked for carrying a concealed weapon. Jose Alberto Corona is identified as a male Hispanic, approximately 32 years of age, and our Force Investigation Division responded to handle the investigation, while the Hollenbeck Gang Enforcement Detail is handling the criminal investigation. As in all categoricals, the District Attorney's Office and Inspector General's Office were notified. The Inspector General's Office did respond to the scene and will monitor this investigation. The second case I wish to speak to is an officer-involved shooting involving no hits. This officer-involved shooting happened on March 30th at approximately 1:35 in the morning in the Woodland Hills area of the San Fernando Valley, approximately the 2200-500 block of Case Avenue. At that location, officers responded to an off-duty officer that was inside his residence. And the officer reported while off-duty that he heard noises coming from the location where his car was parked. The off-duty officer went outside and noticed a white Dodge Charger that was parked in front of his residence, and both doors were open. He then observed an unknown male produce a handgun, resulting in an officer-involved shooting with no hits. The suspect fled the scene along with a second individual. Officers responded to the area to investigate this. Our off-duty officer was not hurt, nor anyone else. A search of the area hospitals and the surrounding community did not identify any victims of any gunshot wounds. This investigation continues. Both Force Investigation responded to conduct the administrative investigation, but they're also conducting the criminal investigation of the suspect that was allegedly armed with a handgun. Again, the DA's office is notified, as typical as is the Officer Inspector General. Moving away from those matters and more to the most pressing matter before us today as a city, a country, and a nation is this pandemic, this coronavirus. As a reminder, the department has reported on the development of this pandemic as it began in December into January, and the city and the entire emergency organization began preparing for its arrival here in Los Angeles. Yeah, it's in standing up the emergency response, the department and city government began its initiation of its Emergency Operations Center and its Department Operations Center. On March 3rd, the Emergency Operations Center was initiated in coverage daily, and on the 16th went to its highest level, which is a level 1, which it continues to this day. The primary objectives of Emergency Operations Center is to coordinate and support the needs of the city government in support of community safety and community welfare and community health. And their coordination of the city departments and understanding what their objectives and strategies are is to then work with a county EOC, Emergency Operations Center, which is part of a network within the state of California's emergency response framework and the national response framework, which is the whole of government. In that coordination, the primary efforts have been for more than 2 weeks now of initiatives for the Emergency Operations Center. It's been the sheltering of people experiencing homelessness. Those persons standing up 13 shelters over the course of a week to house now over 500 persons each night. In addition to establish trailers that are being presently installed to effectively double the capacity of our shelters, as well as to establish hotel and motel sites under the leadership of LA County to allow for those that are at highest risk and also in need of isolation to have housing. The second issue and major surge or major initiative of the city has been to support the LA County Health Services in the establishment of a hospital surge. There's many models relative to this pandemic and its impact on public health. And those models vary as to the severity of this crisis and its impact on the underlying hospital framework. The current model in which the LA County Department of Health Services is operating estimates that the 23,000 hospital beds that are in existence today will need to surge to 46,000 at the peak of this epidemic or this pandemic. And of course, at the peak of that pandemic, every effort is being made to flatten the curve, to lower that peak. But as it is currently being moderated, it's believed that the need to surge hospital capacities is a doubling in size. The department's and the city's effort in support of LA County Health Services has been through the procurement of a federal field medical services unit that's being currently located at the convention center to establish a series of supplemental beds, hospital beds that can help decompress the hospital. I'm proud of the work of recalled Commander Phil Fontanetta, who has been brought back into the city's emergency response framework to help shepherd the delivery of that field hospital and the outfitting of it. There is still ongoing much work to be done in equipping that hospital, as is there's much work to be done in the hospital network, continue to expand its capacity for the expected surge in patients. The next item has been a focus not just of the EOC, but also the department, was in this last 2 to 2.5 weeks is to maintain the grocery store logistics, the ability to provide travel and the resupplying of our food system, and to ensure the safe operations of those stores, and that the transportation public could, the shipping community could make those shipments made and install, and the operations would be done in an orderly fashion. The other one, the next area of major focus is something that Commissioner Soboroff referenced as well as Commission President, which is the responsibility of all of public to exercise a proper social distancing and ensure that non-essential businesses and activities are eliminated, both under the mayor's directive as well as guidance from county health and across the nation. State and nation has been the primary means of suppressing and achieving some level of success with curtailing the depth of the disaster before us, is the individual actions of every American, that they honor the guidance and respect it and act accordingly. The department, in its work of supporting that, as well as the EOC, has done so both through messaging and education, informing, and more recently directing and will be initiating initiating enforcement action against those that are involved in non-essential businesses, and will be also doing so with non-essential activities. The department has been benefited by the mayor's activation of the Disaster Service Worker Program, which is the city employees that are in non-essential positions that the mayor has recalled and repurposed to attend to essential activities that cannot otherwise be supported for lack of personnel. The ambassador program is operating out of the mayor's office today, is in the field today, and there are teams of city workers that are going into citizens reports, community reports of non-essential businesses. And this began last week, and we are beginning to file applications for complaints, which are criminal applications for complaint for non-essential businesses that have remained open despite the order of the mayor. And those actions will continue today and into the days ahead. And I'm working closely with City Attorney Fuhrer and his office to pursue criminal as well as financial consequences for these actions. These actions, as the mayor has said, endanger public health. They endanger those not only engaged in those non-essential businesses and activities, but they endanger everyone in the community alike. Lastly, the other major focus of the EOC during this period of time has been the testing for the coronavirus, both of those that are first responders, other city and critical infrastructure employees, as well as members of the public. As of today, the city has stood up 5 sites across the city and tested over 8,400 individuals for the coronavirus. This awareness and this testing process is allowing individuals to understand that when they are infected by this virus, so they can exercise appropriate quarantine and isolation, but also as a public health safety signature of understanding how pervasive this virus is across our population. Now, as the city operates on its emergency operations organization, myself as the police chief, my role is in the emergency operations board to chair that. My partner is with Chief Terrazas, and we work directly for the mayor as the head of the emergency operations organization, the head, if you will, of the city, in declaring the local emergency, as well as directing the city's response. As I've chaired this, we've also activated our Department Operations Center and a level 1, and we've staffed that with deputy chiefs and command officers. The purpose of the Department Operations Center is to ensure that we're supporting the needs of our area stations and all the various needs of dealing with this emergency, and also to ensure the safety of our personnel and to communicate the alignment of our resources and the strategies and tactics, and to then measure the results and continue to work that process. I'm proud of the work of the men and women of LAPD. I think that they, during some very troubling and uncertain times, have risen to the occasion wonderfully, and are at risk today, as every American is, with this virus whenever we're in a public setting. This department, as it looks to protect its people from this virus, has increased substantially the cleaning of its facilities, the frequency and duration of those cleanings, the issuance of personal protective equipment to all of its employees to ensure that they have a ready supply, as well as continued emphasis to exercise their training. We've closed desks, we've realigned the manner in which we deliver services as an effort to increase social distancing and afford our officers the ability to safeguard themselves and their health, as well as members of the community, while at the same time delivering important and critical public service and public safety resources. I want to report this morning that we report each day in the city, in the county, in the state, and in the country, the impact of this virus on our population. The LAPD has not been immune from that as well. As of this morning, we have confirmed 29 cases of sworn members of this organization that have been tested positive for the coronavirus, and 5 additional civilian personnel. Those 34 individuals represent an increase of 2 additional victims as of today. One of those civilian employees is in critical condition at a local hospital, and would just ask for everyone their thoughts or prayers and support of her full recovery. All the others, I am happy to say, are at home, are isolated, are in quarantine, and are going through this ordeal of recovering from this pandemic. The area in the city most hardest hit by the instances of positive tests for the coronavirus, is our central area, our downtown station, with 6. Each of these stations, each of these locations in which an individual is identified as being the positive test for the coronavirus receives an intensive cleaning, a detailing of personnel to go and do and wipe not just touch surfaces, but to dig into the corners and do everything possible to eliminate any remaining agents, infectious agents that may be there. That has continued with as recently as this morning, with the one of the 2 viruses occurring at the central station, and a cleaning reinitiated there. That employee that was tested positive today was last at work on the 26th, just a few days ago. The instances that we're also doing to monitor this is that officers who come across individuals in our department personnel who they believe are displaying flu-like symptoms and may be a carrier of the coronavirus, they notify us. They make a written documentation of the facts and circumstances to memorialize that encounter. To date, more than 2,100 of those encounters have occurred, documentation by individual officers of these exposure or potential exposures. The department has also integrated itself into the city's testing network, and we've tested more than 133 employees for evidence of the coronavirus. Fortunately, to date, I'm happy to report that 74 of those tests have come back negative. So just over 50%, while the employee is symptomatic, the symptoms are, the test has come back and confirmed that it is not the coronavirus, but perhaps a flu or a cold. There are still 45 of those tests pending, and we will continue to dedicate testing resources to any employee who's symptomatic, as well as those that have had close contact with an individual who comes back positive. To that end, just yesterday, we issued a notice to all of our personnel detailing this latest revision of handling both preventive measures and actions that should they become exposed to this virus, documentation, testing, and then lastly, what process is needed for them to come back into the workplace. With this number, we have some employees that are projected to come back to work in the first week of April, and this notice establishes the protocol so that officers can and personnel can safely come back into the workplace, in which we will welcome them back, but also to reassure members at work that the individual is now safe and does not pose a risk. Yesterday, we also started temperature monitoring of all personnel in our workplace as an effort to both surveil the area and reinforce the expectation that if people are sick, that they stay home and they get treatment, and that we welcome them back upon their recovery, but that the need today is to protect the workforce by recognizing the need to stay home if one is sick. Before I remark on going forward, the department in the last week has also enacted a mobilization program to surge its capacity of personnel. This is a strategy that has not been used in nearly 2 decades as a means to deal with the added sheltering, the added transportation of those experiencing homelessness, to provide safety and security of those sites, as well as the testing sites, as well as to deal with areas of absenteeism within our workforce. With the addition of 13 additional shelters coming this Friday and into Saturday, we'll take the next next group of officers within the organization that we'll be mobilizing. The strategy to date has been to mobilize resources from outside geographic patrols. However, as we move into the weeks ahead, as we look across the country, I expect that a broader aspect of the department will go into mobilization. And in short, for those of the public who are not aware of what that means that officers' days off are canceled. They go to 12-hour shifts, and we recall people from vacations. This is a full utilization of our workforce to maximize the number of officers that are available to deal with public safety. Moving forward, we are managing this current emergency by staying ahead of the event. We have the benefit of seeing this pandemic arrive here in Los Angeles as it moves across the country and the world. And that benefit is worthwhile because it helps us identify strategies in other major cities in which they've embarked on to improve public safety and to mitigate the impact of this pandemic. I have a weekly call with now Superintendent Charlie Beck, as well from Chicago, as well as Commissioner Shea from New York City. I sit on major city chiefs conference calls and California chiefs conference calls to understand how the nature of this pandemic is impacting public safety, strategies for dealing with public health, including instances of homeless individuals and the challenges that they're experiencing with this pandemic, what strategies are working, what lessons have been learned, and how can we here in Los Angeles best situate ourselves to deal with this international crisis. Finally, the public, as has been said by members of this commission, must heed the mayor's directive, the state governor's directive, and the president's directives as to isolation and practicing social distancing and minimizing their exposure to the risks of this pandemic. The duration of these safer at home programs are expected to last well into May, and it really is dependent on the discipline of us as a community of whether or not as to the duration of this isolation. From the department, we ask that communities respect these matters as not for only their personal safety, but the safety of their loved ones and others. We look forward to the recovery, and there will be a recovery, as Commissioner Soboroff indicated. I have every confidence that we will manage through this. And the department is already looking through the recovery aspects of anticipating what will be department operations, cities' capabilities as we move forward with the restoration of schools, non-essential businesses and activities? What will be the impact on the recovery upon communities, and how might they differ across the city of Los Angeles? What is the impact on the city budget and resources and its ability to support public safety? And I assure you that as chief, while we are in uncertain times, that this is an organization that has the ability, the dedication, and I believe the talent to work through this in a thoughtful manner, and one that is dedicated to the core values. And I appreciate your indulgence in me spending this much time on this matter. But I figured that, but I also know that this is the first opportunity that this commission as a body has had an opportunity for me to make and frame some remarks. And I wanted to take advantage of that. If you'll indulge me, I will talk briefly about crime. I'm not going to go into individual crime categories only because for the sake of time, but I will suffice to say that the published accounts are accurate, that one, I believe, absolutely attributable impact of the pandemic today in Los Angeles is the reductions that we are seeing in violent and property crime across the board. As we are here today, as of Saturday, we have a 9% reduction in Part 1 crime. That's 2,600 fewer Part 1 crimes. We have a 6% reduction in violent crime, which is just under 400 fewer violent crimes. And our homicide rate has slowed, where today we have 61 homicides versus 57 from a year ago. As this board is aware, a month ago, that number was, we were about 12 or 13 additional homicide victims and about 20 additional shooting victims. Today, we actually have fewer shooting victims this year than we did last year. So we have seen a marked decrease, not just in vehicle traffic and in radio calls, but in the instances of reported crime. And that we do believe is attributable to more people staying at home, being at home, having a vigilance or an awareness of their community and its settings, and less opportunities for people to become a victim of crime. One area on our traffic, I will say, is we see a reduction in traffic flows, as we are seeing a troubling increase in traffic velocity, in the speed of traffic on city streets. Just yesterday on Highland Avenue was a double fatal in the morning hours, about 8 o'clock in the morning, the direct attribute of high speeds. We're working with the Department of Transportation, which is monitoring an increase in the overall average speed, if you will, on city streets. And as the Department of Transportation is adjusting signaling schedules in order to try to suppress or slow down that speed, we're also working with them to identify those segments that are seeing those higher reported speeds, and we will be directing traffic and patrol resources onto those corridors to take enforcement action against those violators. We are enjoying traffic in Los Angeles at traffic rates that I have not seen in 30 or 40 years. But what I would ask and implore upon the public is that they slow down, and that they respect the rules of the road. They recognize the pedestrian traffics have increased, that there's many more bicyclists and walkers that are there today, and we need to act responsibly in the mode of operation of our vehicles, slow down and save lives. Lastly, sworn and civilian personnel stats. We're at 9,990 sworn personnel with LAPD, 3,044 civilian personnel, 394 reserves, 1,724 cadets. And that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions or provide further conversation.
Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Bonner, I see you raised your hand, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chief. Can you explain, are we as a city or as the department yet in a mutual aid kind of situation where you either now have or may soon have any obligation to support other police departments in the area, whether it's because of any particular incident or any departments that may have a high number of officers getting ill or anything of that nature?
So thank you. There is the established mutual aid network. I am in conversation with Sheriff Villanueva, with the county EOC. At this point, no requests have been made. I've also made contact with discussion with the chiefs at both LAWA, the Los Angeles World Airport Police Department, as well as the Harbor Police. And we're working closely together so that we will backfill each other if necessary. To this point, no mutual aid in the county has occurred. There has been some deployment across the state of some National Guard in support of medical deployments and also in support of food pantries. In Los Angeles, that limit has been limited to the delivery of the field medical service center that happened this Sunday at the convention center. Those guardsmen arrived, they made the installation, and then they've left. So those are the only added deployments from outside of LAPD or outside the city of Los Angeles that have occurred.
Thank you. And one other question, can you clarify a little bit, what is the testing situation with regard to officers?
So the testing situation is any officer who is testing or that's experiencing flu-like symptoms is given time at one of the established city's testing sites. We have a designated time frame for those officers to make an appointment. They go there. Those officers can also go to their standard city medical provider, and upon a doctor's instruction, be given and administered a test. So the tests are available, and that is a circumstance that has improved over the last 2 weeks. And we are testing. We're also testing those that, on occasion, depending on the nature of the contact, that are asymptomatic. But those are much more the rarity. Primarily, the people being tested are experiencing flu-like symptoms.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Mr. Sober Officer, let me make this available to you. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Chief, how can you assure the public that in commercial areas or residential areas, that as time goes on and those who become frustrated feel that they can break the laws by whether it's breaking into stores or any other form of disobedience, that we are prepared for that and not going to tolerate it on a small level, a medium level, or a large level?
Absolutely. The efforts to date and my commitment moving forward is to learn from the lessons of the past. We recognize that a visible presence of uniformed officers in the field promotes not just safety, but also acts as a constraint for those that believe that the rule of law does not apply to them. And let me assure you that the movements that we have made in the sense of staffing shelters with police officers to ensure the safety of everyone there was so we'd have a visible presence. And so the community, as well as those that are experiencing homelessness, would feel that they'd not become, that they'd not be preyed upon or taken advantage of. Similarly, we pulled those resources from areas outside of our geographic patrols so that we would not rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak. We'd not be pulling people out of the street who would otherwise be doing patrols to do the sheltering plan. And my commitment moving forward is that we will continue to mobilize the organization, activate its abilities to have added people in the street so that they are present, they're aware of what circumstances are there, and when crime occurs and violent crime occurs, that they're able to effect arrests. To date, we have, as a city, had made 2,834 violent crime arrests year to date. There has been no substantial reduction in the instances of making arrests for individuals who are committing violent crime or committing property crime. There has been a reduction in lower level nuisance issues as we remain focused on our primary objectives. But moving forward, I can assure the public that our commitment is to everyone playing by the same set of rules, and that people respect each other, that they do not have no disorder in the sense of vandalism or breaking and entering or committing violence on others will not be tolerated.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goldsmith.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for that update. I have a couple of questions. The first is, can you characterize your enforcement posture right now in terms of enforcing social distancing, stay-at-home order, in, you know, wherever that may apply, in homeless shelters with people experiencing homelessness and others who may be going about their business every day in the streets?
Yeah, so in regards to the social distancing, non-essential activities, we're just encouraging, educating, informing, and directing people to honor this standoff distancing. As to people experiencing homelessness and whether they be in a tent or some type of encampment, the outreach workers from LAHSA and the city's homelessness outreach teams are working very aggressively to identify shelter space and to offer and promote and encourage individuals experiencing homelessness to take advantage of that. The department, and the city for that matter, is not enforcing 5611 in the sense of daytime or nighttime camping in public spaces at this point. We're using what is called the rainy day criteria, which effectively allows these encampments to remain constructed during day and nighttime hours, with the exception that they're not allowed to block entrances, getting in or out of businesses, or ADA aspect on public walkways. To this point, the homeless population, which is one of the most severely exposed and jeopardized group, are finding support by us and taking advantage of available shelter space. And the 13 shelters that have been open in this short period of time, we're at 94% capacity today, and which is why the department is working so aggressively with our other partners in the city and county to establish and deepen and broaden the number of shelter beds that are available, whether it be at rec centers with the additional 13 that we're hopeful to come on this weekend, or it be the additional 500 plus trailers that have just recently arrived that will augment those shelter beds at those centers, and the additional hotel rooms and motel rooms that the county is attempting to establish. This past weekend, we had 2 additional hotels that added in excess of 300 beds that are available to the sheltered people experiencing who are shelterless. And so I think the effort of the department is to find a safe passage for people experiencing homelessness into a safe shelter setting to protect them from this pandemic. And our efforts in the street is when we see individuals who are experiencing homelessness is to admonish them and encourage their compliance. I was on a conference call yesterday with a Skid Row team task force that is working on specific strategies today for the Skid Row area, because while we see the city in partnership with the mayor's homeless outreach team, LAPD surveyed encampments across the city to see what type of social distancing was occurring. And in many communities, we found that people experiencing homelessness were separating their tents and exercising good social distancing. In the Skid Row area, quite not the case. In very, very dangerous circumstances of people very closely associated with one another and in close proximity to one another. And so yesterday was the first of a series of calls working with our CBOs and NGOs and outreach workers with LAPD and public health to find strategies to encourage distancing. We're currently talking about strategies of marking those streets and areas to demonstrate the 6-foot distancing or 12-foot distancing that is desired, as well as identifying further avenues or off-ramps, if you will, to get more people into shelter space. A number of providers downtown are establishing additional emergency beds by allocating additional space to house people that are in the Skid Row area. But enforcement is on those matters of non-essential duties or non-essential activities or people who are experiencing homelessness by LAPD is not our strategy. Our strategy is to inform, educate, and direct.
Thank you, appreciate that. And one other question. I've heard a lot of concerns about potentially under-reporting of domestic violence and just concerns about people kind of having to stay at home under those circumstances. Do you have any thoughts to help us understand that and anything to share with the public about what to do?
Well, so to date, we monitor domestic violence very closely, and especially between various communities, and to ensure that that people will have faith and confidence that if they call LAPD, that will investigate and pursue and hold those accountable. We are actually seeing a small increase in instances of domestic violence being reported. We know that this is a terribly underreported crime, and so we are promoting in a public setting to step forward to identify that there are shelter resources available, there are advocacy and victims assistance resources still available, and that the LAPD will respond and help support victims of domestic violence to get to safety and be safe, as well as to hold those accountable that would commit acts of domestic violence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any final questions from commissioners? Seeing no hands, I'm going to close off public comment. I now assume everybody who's in queue intends to be there. There was a lot of movement. We will have 2 minutes per speaker for public comment. And for everyone in queue, I want to alert you that that when your name is selected, there will be a brief pause. You will probably see something on your device advising you that you can speak. The first speaker in queue is Mr. Akili. I'm going to give you the ability to speak, sir. A prompt on your either computer or phone. I'm going to try to allow you to speak here, sir. One moment. Sir, you should be able to speak. Mr. Akili?
Yes, I yield and I wait for public comment.
You yield? Okay. No, sir. Mr. Akili, just so you're clear, because this is a special meeting, the only comment taken today will be on the chief's report. So if you wish to speak now would be a good time. I understand that perhaps you have things you want to say that are not directly related to everything the chief said. I will give everyone in queue that leeway to speak, sir. So now would be the right time, sir.
All right, thank you. At the last public meeting I attended, I asked about 2 things. One, the follow-up on the Grishario Mack shooting, and you all sent me the October 22nd minutes from that. I was shocked, I was disgusted, and outraged that the only recommendation for action after this killing was additional training. That sends a message that it's okay to kill Black people, that you don't care about Black people, and that the LAPD is racist, because we know that had Grishario Mack been white, it would have never happened. And so we are still asking for and demanding accountability for officers who kill Black people. And we are demanding that those officers be fired, not just retrained so that they can do it better the next time, but that they be fired. This message that you are sending, that it's okay to kill Black people, is something that we have taken great exception with. And we are disappointed that the commission is willing to accept additional training when a man has been killed. And you all rule the killing out of policy. The second thing I want to talk about is the demands that we left and still have in relationship to the scandal regarding the stopping and profiling of Black people and the lying on Black people that exists. We haven't heard anything from any of the commissioners as to what's happening with the scandal and the profiling of Black people. When will it end, and when will those officers be held accountable?
Thank you, sir. I will put you now back into the attendees. Our next speaker, and I'm sorry, the system sometimes takes a moment to adjust. So please bear with me as we go through this. Paula Miner, you're the next speaker. I'm about to give you the approval to speak. Madam Secretary, if you don't mind, let me manage this just for today. I want to be sure the commission knows how to do this. Ms. Minor, I think you have the rights to speak now. If you have, there you go. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Chief Moore, I'm speaking about the continuance of racial bias, racial profiling, and the stops of Black, Brown, and low-income communities. On Sunday, February 23rd, just before all this stay-at-home began, a young Black man was racially profiled, stopped, and detained for 2.5 hours in South Central Los Angeles. That young man is a member of Black Lives Matter, an attorney, and was near Central and Manchester streets because he's part of a youth mentoring program. When he asked why he was stopped, the officer said, "Someone shot at a police officer and your clothing fits the description." His clothing, they could not have seen his clothing when they stopped him while he was driving. Again, we talked about this in January and February in this commission. The stops continue. This was profiling by Detective Tony Fitzsimmons, Officer Conjura, and Officer Avila, and we have those badge numbers. We request an investigation of that particular incident on Sunday, February 23rd. The young man showed his ID, they ran his car plate, he had his bar association card on him, and they still detained him. They also injured him, which he is following up with. I just bring this matter up again because you always say that you're reaching out to the community. In the commission, you always present such a cooperative law enforcement that's following the policies you set, but they continue to not be followed. Whatever you say continues to not be followed in Black, Brown, and low-income communities. And then I also want to continue to call for the firing of the officers. Found out a policy by this commission for the murder of Grishario Mack. We do not accept your decision to recommend training for these officers and no punishment. And we will continue to lift this up to every voice in law enforcement in the county that will listen. And I also affirm the Black Lives Matter demands that were emailed to the commission for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minor. Again, bear with me, everyone, as I go through the list. Please reset the timer for the next speaker. Please set it at 2 minutes. Thank you. Just give me one moment. Ms. George, you're going to be given the opportunity to speak. Give me one moment. There you go, ma'am. You should have the ability to speak now.
What happened to that BLM member that Paula mentioned just goes to show that when some cops see a Black man, the racism inherent in a system riddled with examples of racially driven stops, place and person-based predictive policing tactics, and militarized policing, all they see is a target and a threat. The chief should note that this victim has filed complaints about racial bias now about his detention and treatment against those officers who were involved. Where is your supposedly kinder and gentler force and your false promises about community policing? And it's been noted that while the offending officers treated this man so disrespectfully, they also made no effort to practice social distancing to protect him against possible exposure to COVID-19. With respect to Commissioner Decker's remarks, I want to say that the community members who regularly attend did not need this pandemic to care about and take action to protect members of vulnerable and impacted communities. The commission's virtual meetings must be made more accessible and transparent. Where is the legitimacy of inviting public comment via email when we know that in the past, emails from community members have been ignored? How will we know that commission isn't editing these emails or otherwise filtering them? You are falling short of what other city agencies and committees are doing for this pandemic. Also, don't think we are so distracted in coping with this virus that we are forgetting the demands for you to immediately cease use of gang databases, disband the corrupt and dangerous Metro Division, and to release the names of the officers who knowingly falsified reports in order to enter Black and Brown community members into gang databases. Fire officers Robles and Lee, who murdered Grishario Mack. Fire officer Agdepa, who murdered Albert Ramon Dorsey, naked in a locker room. Fire Sergeant Colleen Colin Langsdale, who murdered unarmed Victor Valencia mere seconds after arriving on the scene.
Thank you, ma'am. I will be calling up the next speaker in one moment. I apologize, the system just takes a moment. Ms. Viola, you will be up next, and just give me a moment to put you in queue here. I apologize, I'm having a bit of challenge. Madam Secretary, if you are able to unmute Ms. Viola to allow her to speak, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think I had to do it.
Oh, very well. As I said earlier, it'll take us all a little while to get used to this system, but Ms. Viola, the floor is yours, ma'am.
So these meetings should never again be held at the LAPD headquarters. It is clear that the public wishes to have a say and a voice, and they are not able to do so in the current format that you normally have these meetings. In addition, they're held at the exact same time as the Board of Supervisors meetings and as the meetings of the LA City Council. I know that this is by design, but this is something that needs to change. We are at a great moment to affect change, as you can see, which you've done today with this virtual meeting. And I would ask that we continue with that and make sure we find a better time and a better place to have these meetings moving forward. I want to reference something Commissioner Decker said at the beginning, acknowledging the shortage of PPE supplies for our medical staff and first responders here in the city. I also think that's by design of the fact that the LAPD currently has 54% of the city's operating budget. This is something you need to think about, you as the oversight board, especially when it's so glaring what we're short of, something we so desperately need right now and where the money could have come from. Chief, you referenced 2 officer-involved events during this pandemic. I can say firsthand, I've witnessed officers not practicing social distance. I've been in El Sereno and seen them not practicing social distance there. And I've also seen video of them out doing sweeps and not practicing social distance there. So if they are not practicing social distance as recommended by the CDC, how are you enforcing this on the street? Who are you targeting when you do this? I know that you're targeting Black, brown, and poor people in this city.
Thank you, ma'am. There we go. Again, just give me one moment to switch speakers. The next speaker is a caller on a telephone with the numbers ending 7388. I'm going to give you permission to speak, and I believe Mr. Tiefenk can correct me if I'm wrong. You may have to push *9 when you're on a telephone.
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right, so caller ending 7388, you are allowed to speak.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, I wanted to refer to the chief's remarks. He talked about having met with the major chiefs, and later on in his remarks, he was talking about taking harsh action against vandalism. And I'm wondering what planning, if any, the major chiefs have done around the question of preparing for civil unrest and what the LAPD is doing about that. I think that there is a strong tendency in this country towards police state action. That's completely inappropriate way to deal with the community around the question of the impact of this pandemic. And I think that the resources that are being poured into policing are reflected in some of the things he talked about. He talked about how closely packed together people are in Skid Row. That's because of the incredible density of the population of unhoused people in that area because of the policies that the LAPD has enforced that have promoted gentrification and displacement. So I think that the police commission needs to probe much more deeply into what the LAPD is planning and what the LAPD is costing this city in terms of misallocation of resources that could be put into housing homeless people. There are, I'm sure, numerous hotels in this city that are now completely empty because of the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, and that those should be immediately taken and repurposed for the use of housing people who are living on the streets so they can be in safe, secure, and healthful environments. And that if LAPD has any role to play at all, it should be in assisting people safely and healthfully to be allowed to occupy all of those empty hotel rooms that are around the city, and obviously in the downtown area, there must be thousands of them. So I think that the police commission needs to adopt a set of policies for LAPD to prevent their use as agents of a police state and to promote their use.
Please conclude, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that was Mr. Novick. Thank you, sir. Again, please give me a moment here to do all the technical side of this. Dr. Abdullah, just to give you notice, you're going to be given the authorization to speak in 1 moment. Just give me a moment and see if I can get these buttons. Dr. Abdullah, you should be able to speak.
Great. I just wanted to lift up that we're getting messages from people who are on the phone that they want to speak, but they don't know how they're supposed to raise their hands. So the father of Grishario, Matt Quintus Moore, is texting now saying that he is on the phone listening, but isn't allowed to raise his hand or doesn't know how to raise his hand. So if you could provide those instructions, that would be helpful. And I hope that won't be part of my time sharing that with you. I want to also lift up that as we're looking at the Zoom, I want to encourage you all to practice social distancing in the meeting room. It doesn't look like the staff are being protected. I think the tech person had initially had his mask down on his chin, and now it's on his mouth only and not over his nose. And they're not 6 feet apart. I also want to lift up that people should have the right to participate anonymously. There's a function on Zoom that doesn't require us to register. We should not have to register to be a part of a public meeting. I want to echo the demands that were already made, that even in the midst of this crisis, BLMLA and ally organizations demand those 7 items that were forwarded to you months ago that have not been responded to. We want to remind you that those demands came out of, I think, one of the most scandalous years in LAPD history, where you all advertised for officers in Breitbart. It's been demonstrated that Black people are pulled over at 5 times our population share, and that Black people are searched 3 times as often as white motorists or pedestrians, even though we're less likely to have contraband. And finally, Black and brown people are being falsely included on gang databases. I also want to echo the demand to fire the officers who murdered Grishario Mack. A question directly related to the chief's report is, if crime is down, why are more police being put on the streets? By doing this, you are sucking up essential resources from the groups that are most able to respond to COVID-19. Police are not the answer to a public health crisis. If we had more resources, we could be housing people. We could be providing hand washing stations. We could be doing the things that the community actually needs, rather than over policing communities like mine in South LA.
I did give you some extra time there to account for trying to assist another member. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. I'm writing down many of the questions that the public is asking so that we can collectively try to address some of them before we go into the closed session items. Again, just bear with me on this technology. I will get the hang of it shortly. Mr. Khan, just to give you notice, you're about to get the authorization to speak in case you have to look on your phone or your device.
Okay.
Just give me one moment. There we go, sir. Mr. Khan.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what was the unmute was on my side and yours. Okay, so this is a new, almost, hopefully this doesn't become a new normal for us as we are engaging in this conversation with the Police Commission. I think several comments were made, and one of the things that we are extremely concerned and stay concerned at the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition is this continuing failure to follow up on the whole issue of data-driven policing. I mean, yes, on the fallback is that, COVID-19 has basically stumped a whole lot of things that were going on. But I think we want to go back to the claims that were made by you, Eileen Decker, on the 22nd of October, that, and I quote, that the commission asked IG to do continuous oversight of predictive policing. We will continually review that program, and we specifically asked that it be reviewed for disparate impact. So now, having said that, when we reached out about the status of the handbook and whether that would be brought back for a vote, Eileen Decker, you claimed that the city charter gives jurisdiction to the chief directly to implement that handbook. But on one hand, a completely disgraced and discredited program, a failed program, which your own IG couldn't audit, is now, you make these claims that there'll be continual oversight to review this program, but yet at the same time, we haven't seen any of that come back to us, like what that oversight has been like. What has been the oversight? What has been the review for disparate impact? But yet at the same time, the handbook is going to be launched because it is under the chief's purview of the city charter. So, this is almost like a double speak, which the community still waits to hear back as to what the status is and when we will get that handbook.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you. There's a name, Anahid. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing. You should be able to.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for taking my raised hand. So I just wanted to start by saying that I'm pretty ashamed to not know about the Black Lives Matters demands of the LAPD. And I came to this meeting just to hear about the coronavirus response and hearing fellow members of my city having such a hard time getting these demands met and even just basic responses gives me no confidence about your guys' ability to handle this virus and to move efficiently. If members of the community in an organized fashion are putting demands forward and they're not receiving any responses, compromises, anything, how are we supposed to, as people who cannot organize right now, we literally cannot look at each other, how are we supposed to demand anything now? And then I would also just like to reiterate what the previous gentleman said about hotels. I think we would all see less violence, less nuisances, less everything if people are in SROs. one person to a room, have them take care of it, give them some autonomy. These people are adults. They can take care of themselves. They don't need tents 6 feet apart from each other. And I'd like to conclude my comment by saying that the city attorney not even looking at the screen is just really offensive, honestly. Like, you're a public servant, look at the camera. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker who will be coming up is Chris Martin. Give me one moment. You should be able to speak now.
Yes, I am a lifelong resident of South Central Los Angeles who managed to go to college, law school, and become a lawyer, but unfortunately, none of this stopped me from being a victim of racial profiling by LAPD officers Conjura, whose serial number is 41344, Avila, whose serial number is 40754, and Detective Tony Fitzsimmons from Newton Street. And this is for no other reason than the fact that I am a young Black man who was driving a nice car who allegedly fit the description. Ultimately, I believe that I deserve better treatment, not because I am a lawyer or not even because I'm a citizen, but because I'm a human. And I refuse to believe that being a young Black man means that I have to accept that I will be harassed by police for no reason. And this is ultimately bigger than me. LAPD needs to address the issue of racial profiling in our community. Now, I was unlawfully detained and handcuffed for 2.5 hours as I was on my way to mentor some youth and young adults. And of course, no weapons were found on me. But for 2.5 hours, no one attempted to ask me for my bar number or do a simple Google search to verify who I was. And in that moment, they only saw me as a young Black male, a target. Even my mother came outside to verify that I was a lawyer. It's on my license plate, UC Hastings Law, you know what I mean? But none of that mattered. And I even informed the officers that the handcuffs were too tight and asked if they could loosen them, and they responded by making them tighter, which resulted in a pinched nerve. Now, the detective even threatened me with criminal prosecution and said that it would be a long night for me because I exercised my right to remain silent. So ultimately, I think that we do need to address the issue of racial profiling as it affects members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, just give me one moment to the next speaker is Jessica Craven. I am going to give you the ability to speak. One moment, please. There you go, ma'am. You should be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I am, my name is Jessica Craven. I am actually an elected member of the County Central Committee and a supporter of White People for Black Lives. And I am just calling on a couple of things. First of all, I would like to lift up or amplify what Dr. Abdullah said, that if crime is way down, why do we need more police on the streets? And given the current crisis, it really does feel like resources would be better used for housing and medical care. I also want to just speak to the fact that DA Lacey is pushing cases that could be dismissed or delayed, and I would like to understand why she's prosecuting low-level crime when this exposes people to courts and jails where COVID-19 can be transmitted. It seems like LAPD, the obvious thing to do would be to not arrest low-level offenders right now, especially when we know that COVID is just rampant in all detention facilities of all kinds. And the last thing I want to say is I would just be curious, this is a question which I hope will get answered at some point. What does COVID-19, quote, enforcement look like right now, as far as you all are concerned? So thank you very much for listening to my comment.
Thank you. Thank you. One moment, please, while I deal with the technology there. Just to alert you all, those were all of the individuals in queue when I closed public comment. I realize it's going to take us a little while to get used to this. I've practiced several times, and you can see that even with practice, there were a few little glitches, and I greatly appreciate everyone's patience while we work through this. I attempted to write down many of the questions that were asked during the public comment, and at different points in time, I may ask the chief and the IG to join me in answering those questions. First, I don't think we can answer any questions regarding Ms. Lacey and her office. So I'd rather not address that because I don't believe it. Well, first of all, it's not a matter within the jurisdiction of this commission. But I would like to turn to a lot of the other items that were said. And I will say we actually do read all the emails that are sent in. We now have an email portal for those who were either unable to speak today, or they were unfamiliar with the technology, or they were having problems. We do read all of the emails. Secondly, we did test this system on a phone. We had a number of different types of phone call in advance when we were testing our system. And I'm not sure why there's a technical difficulty. On the phone, there's supposed to be literally a hand that you see on the screen that you raise. I would ask whoever had those challenges or a representative of that person to please let Mr. Teefank know what those challenges were so we can work this out. Part of the reason why I wanted to have a relatively light agenda, and that's not to imply that the issues that are being presented are not significant, but I wanted to test this system to identify the technological challenges so that we can get this fixed as we dive into some of the more substantive matters that are still pending before this commission. So again, I ask you to bear with me. Any technical problems, if you could advise Mr. Teefank, I greatly appreciate it. And I thank you for bringing up something that I've text commission staff to about social distancing in our meetings. It is critically important that we practice what we preach. And I just want to remind everyone, both who works for the commission, who does not work for the commission, that these are practices that we all have to engage in for each other and for our families, our friends, and everyone we're connected to. There were some more substantive matters. Chief, I know a number of incidents were spoken about on the call. Of course, on behalf of all the commissioners, we would like to see those incidents looked into, and I wonder if you can give a brief update on the investigation into the CalGang database. And after that, I'll ask the IG, because we did charge the Inspector General with doing an investigation. It's my understanding, having spoken to all of the chief, the IG, commission staff throughout this process, that those investigations are continuing. And we fully expect to get our Inspector General's report with understanding that these reports take time to put together, but that there should be no significant delay. But with that, Chief, if I could first ask you to address some of the outstanding issues brought up during public comment.
So let me first start by the young man, the individual who had indicated he had been stopped and racially profiled and detained for 2.5 hours, I believe, is his remarks, and including circumstances how his handcuffs and how they injured him. Behind the scenes, while we're listening to this, I reached out to my staff. I believe, based on the information we have right now, commissioners, that we have an active complaint investigation out of 77th area into the facts and circumstances of that. This process, however, normally we would just ask one of my staff members at the room to reach out to the gentleman. I will just say, for the purposes of this forum, that if that information is not accurate, that if he has not initiated a complaint or has any questions about that, that he would call and speak with the supervisor at 1-800-339-6868. That's 1-800-339-6868. Or if he reaches out there, or the Office of the Inspector General, either location can verify that what I believe is an active investigation into understanding the circumstances of his allegations of misconduct, I can be in a better position. I'll get a briefing later today as into the facts and circumstances of what I believe is the complaint to see if that marries up. But if he has any question about that, if you can call that number, that toll-free number, we can make sure that we have a callback number and we can reach out and clarify any gaps. Secondly, as to the investigation that the department initiated relative to the accuracy of field interview cards that were completed by Metro officers. This began with the actions of 3 Metro officers and then expanded over the course of 2019. Currently, that investigation is a series of actual 3 investigations has been presented to the LA County District Attorney's Office for them to review it for criminal prosecution potential. There are a number of citizen community members that we have yet to be able to interview, and there are a number of officers that are involved that we have yet to interview. That is a process of going through the criminal review of the facts and circumstances as we know it today. But my commitment to this commission and to the community is that while the current deployment and impact of this pandemic is slowing and impacting these investigations, my commitment is to ensure that we still keep moving forward. I just happened to speak with Deputy Chief Marino this morning on the way in to speak about this very investigation and its status. And the last aspect of that is as to, I understand the California Attorney General, there's been some movement at the state level to extend some statutes so that the impact of this emergency on local agencies' ability to conduct personnel and criminal investigations, that there's some tolling of those statutes allowing for more time so that we are, as a department, are not prohibited from taking punitive actions against an individual who is found to have committed misconduct. So that's I will be better informed, I believe, in 2 weeks as to what we're able to do in the next couple of weeks as far as interviews. I will say, for instance, that in this emergency that we're in, the officer-involved shooting that happened 2 nights ago resulted in us having to adapt to similar technologies that we have here relative to interviewing over software packages and over distance. And that is also impacting our ability to interview these accused officers and others as to getting people together. So this is something, however, that I think I know we'll work through. And I just ask for the patient's continued patience, and recognize that all of the involved officers have been removed from the field pending the results of this investigation.
Thank you, Chief. I understand Mr. Teefank has relevant information to some of the issues brought up during public comment. Mr. Teefank?
Yes, Commissioner. As to people calling in on the telephone, if they'll hit *9, that will raise their hand when they're making a telephone call. As to the complaint from Mr. Martin, our office received an email from him this morning, which upon the receipt of it, I forwarded it to Internal Affairs, and Commander Randolph has acknowledged the complaint already. So he should be reached out to by Internal Affairs, in addition to what Chief Moore talked about.
All right, thank you. Members of the public, people keep raising their hands. I'm going to lower all hands, and I ask that only Mr. Mack's father, who wants to speak. Mr. Teefank just said hit *9. And if he, I'm looking for a caller, I believe. I see one caller has come up, and I will let you speak shortly, but I'd like to, I know the Inspector General would like to respond briefly. Sir?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So to answer a couple things that have been mentioned previously, yes, our office, I believe, is aware of a pending complaint from Mr. Martin as well, so we can confirm that that is ongoing as well. But if someone does want to get in touch with our office, whether it be about that matter or another complaint matter, they can continue to do so. Our phone number is 213-893-6400. We are continuing our function, as always, of taking complaints of misconduct against LAPD employees. Although we have suspended in-person complaints at our office facility, all of our other complaint intake procedures, including phone, email, fax, remain viable. Again, I just mentioned our number where we can be reached, and a message can be left for us, which we will return. With regard to some of the other matters that were discussed, at the direction of the commission and in response to the concerns that were raised when there are allegations of misconduct involving FI cards and potential falsification of FI cards, the Office of Inspector General has undertaken a number of sort of different reviews and projects that are indeed currently ongoing. One review is to monitor the complaint investigations that the chief had mentioned that have been turned over to the district attorney for any prosecution. Our monitoring of that is ongoing. We're watching for the quality of those investigations in an administrative sense. However, we will be unable to complete our review of that until the investigations themselves are completed. And so those are still ongoing, as the chief described. So that's one functionality that we're continuing. Another aspect of our work is to do a specific review of the CalGang database itself. We have pulled a sample of CalGang database entries from calendar year 2019 to review them for the accuracy of those entries and see if there are any problems that exist. We have also been looking at any planned changes to department's procedures with regard to CalGang and CalGang entries, as well as we've been monitoring the department's retraining of its officers who utilize the CalGang database. Furthermore, in a more broad sense, we have begun looking more deeply at some of the RIPA, Racial Identity and Profiling Act data that has been collected about stops of individuals by Los Angeles Police Department. We're looking into the characteristics of those stops, where they occurred, to see sort of what conclusions or concerns we might want to address in that realm. The last thing I'll say is, again, that work, the department has been very forthcoming with helping us with data when we need it, helping us with access whenever we request it. As mentioned before, that work is ongoing. These are sort of large-scale projects for us, and they have been hampered maybe a little bit by not having the same resources we would normally have under other circumstances. But all of those projects remain ongoing and will continue to do so.
Thank you. I am going to allow a caller ending in the phone number 6048 under the assumption that that is Grishario Mack's father, who I understand was trying to get into queue and was unable to. And it'd be most helpful if other people don't raise your hands other than the person that I'm allowing to speak. Caller 6048, you have the floor. I assume you're Mr. Mack's father.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just wanted to talk in regards to my son. There has been a pandemic in our neighborhoods, and it's the virus of police brutality and injustice. And our motto at Black Lives Matter is Black Lives Matter. But in the case of my son, when you ruled these police officers out of policy, I want to know, does the police commission matter? Because you ruled those officers out of policy. Everyone knows the case, yet these officers are still employed with LAPD. And my son was murdered in a crowded mall, a crowded shopping mall with children, women, people, citizens watching in broad daylight in the mall, and nothing has been done with these officers. I haven't heard them put on leave. I haven't heard them being disciplined. Who needs more training when they shot my son several times? He fell several times. And as he was laying in a fetal position, they walked over and shot him at point blank range and gave him a death blow. And like I said, Black Lives Matter. But in this instance, when you found these officers out of policy, does the police commission matter? And I heard one of the officers, chiefs, speaking earlier about washing their hands of this virus. Well, you as the police commission, you washed your hands of this virus of murdering my son. But the Chief Moore's hands are still dirty and filthy with the blood of my son on his hands. And I just want to know what they're going to do about Brian Lee and Martin Robles. When are these officers going to be fired for murdering my child? And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. We're very sorry for the technical difficulties that we encountered. As I said earlier, this is an effort today was an effort with to get used to this technology. The next item on our agenda are closed session items. The only individuals, and I'm going to open, one moment, please. I'm lowering all hands right now because people keep raising them, lowering them, and I can't tell what. Please wait. I'm asking everyone to please wait for me to open. I'm in the process of lowering all hands, so please don't hit your, Madam Secretary, can you assist me there? Now I'm opening public comment on the closed session items. The only items that will be spoken about are the closed session items, and after public comment on that, we will go into closed session. I see Mr. Smith's hand in queue. Madam Secretary, I'm having trouble now that other people are joining. And now I'm just going to wait one moment and close public comment on the closed session items. There are 4 people in queue, and you're reminded that the matters you are to speak to relate to the closed session items. If you're having technological challenges, I would ask that you communicate to the commission staff so that we can fix them for next week. And Madam Secretary, if you could assist me with Mr. Smith is first in queue. You should be, there you go, Mr. Smith.
Shane, can you hear me?
Mr. Smith, your time is running, sir. Please address session items.
Well, since you took public comment off the agenda, isn't it considered a closed session item now since you closed it without opening it?
No, sir. The rules will follow. This is a special meeting. If you want to address the 2 closed session items, you have the floor.
Why are you still counting my clock and talking? This is my time to talk, is it not?
Actually, I'm allowed to manage the meeting, sir.
You're doing a shit job, lady.
All right.
Anyway.
Mr. Smith, you're now going to be disabled from speaking because you're not addressing the closed session item. The next item person up is a person who identifies him or herself as T. Madam Secretary, could you assist me, please? T. If you wish to address the closed session items, now is your time. T, are you there? All right, let's move to the next person then, Madam Secretary. Joe, I think it's Marma, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Marma, related to the closed session items. One moment, please. We're having a little bit of a challenge. Mr. Marma, or?
Yeah, so I just want to talk about the whole coronavirus thing.
Sir, the only issue available right now to speak on are the closed session items. If you can submit additional public comment for next week, or you can email the, but the time for that is now over. Do you wish to address the closed session items? Hearing no response, I'll move to the next speaker, which is the last speaker in queue, which I believe is Anna. One moment, Anna.
Hello.
Yes, there,
Just,
yes.
I just wanted to follow up by with what you just said to the father of that grieving father.
This is for closed session. Do you wish to address the two closed session items?
Yes, I would. This is me addressing it. I cannot believe the callousness of this board. It is astounding. And with that, that could be my final comment. I cannot believe you cannot just say, I am so sorry for your loss. Like, why wouldn't you say that? Why would you say for your technical difficulties? That's disgusting.
Well, I'm truly sorry you're feeling that way. We're doing everything we can to present these meetings in an appropriate manner. With that said, Madam Secretary, we'll go into our closed session.
The Board of Police Commissioners has the Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss items number 3A1 and 2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you.
Share.
Do I push
No,
this?
no, no. We click on that, and then the two, where's Mindy? Share.
Is that what you're saying?
Okay, turn off our videos. Everybody's video. What's that?
Except for me.
Make sure the timer Okay, what appears to be the trouble?
Steve says he can't log back in. Okay, he's gonna take a look at it. Are you there? Did you go back to the, interesting. That's fine, we're here, that's all.
Oh, I think it changed. It changed. All right, we have 3 commissioners and I believe our board secretary. There we go. I believe we have 3 commissioners. Mr. Teefank, is our board
Yes.
secretary available?
I'll handle the closeout, Commissioner.
Very
And
good.
Commissioner Sobroff was having some technical issues, but we have 3 commissioners, so we're able to move forward. But I will handle the closeout whenever you're ready for me to go ahead.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Very good. The Commission has finished its business in closed session, reporting out on closed session items 3A, in custody death 012-19. Chief's recommendations relevant to tactics and less than lethal use of force were unanimously adopted 4-0. As to item 3A2, officer involved shooting 016-19. Chief's recommendations relevant to tactics, drawing and exhibiting, and lethal use of force were unanimously adopted 4-0, and that concludes the closeout.
Very good. Thank you. I just want to thank all members of the public, my fellow commissioners, for working through some of the issues we experienced today. In conversations with the commissioners, there were 2 things that everyone, my colleagues, asked me to reinforce. First, because this was a special meeting, there is no general public comment generally at special meetings. The reason we set it as a special meeting was to really ensure we had the opportunity to do the closed session matters, but also that our open session matters would be limited to allow us to work through the challenges of operating a new system. And there were challenges today. I want to acknowledge that we and I will get better at that. In the future, for example, I'm told it would be helpful to announce when an item has been called on the agenda, to announce when, not just when public comment has closed, or the submission of what would be the equivalent of a public comment card has closed, but announce the number of people in queue so that everyone would understand that the number of people in queue that are waiting. And there's a general expectation of how many people will speak. And I will do that in the future. I see there are a few people on the attendees list. And because I am trying to get used to this system, my colleagues and I also agreed on the way down, if there were people still waiting, if you wanted to make a comment now, that we would allow it. And to do so, just raise the hand that is on your application, on your phone, you can hit *9 in addition to a raised hand, and we will allow additional comment should you wish to do that. I haven't seen any raised hands yet, but I'm going to give this a moment to see if anyone is attempting to raise the equivalent of a hand and get in queue to have additional speaking. And there are 10 attendees currently, individuals who are who stayed to listen to the closeout of the session. I don't see anybody raising their hands, but I just like to give it another moment in case anybody would like to, understanding that today was our efforts to get the meetings reconstituted.
Commissioner, it looks like there is one call-in user, and if that user could push *9 on their phone, it should enable them if they're on their telephone.
And if they want to speak, it could be
They
the
want to speak.
is just listening, does not intend to do that. I'm not trying to force comment. I'm just making sure it's available. I have not seen any hands raised, Mr. Teefank. I just want to be sure that I'm not in a delayed mode of some sort. Do you see any hands raised?
No, ma'am, my screen shows none.
Okay, in which case I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Unfortunately, commissioners, everybody's on mute, so let me.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved, is it second? I'll second it. All in favor, commissioners, please say aye.
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 Very good. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.